Hello, hello, everybody. What? I do a normal... I start the stream 2 minutes early and give people time to filter in. Hello! And congrats on being the first like. Ah! Hi. I actually wasn't sure, like, I got this far and I was starting to feel more and more nervous during the startup process about whether this would dump me straight into the game. And I wanted to have that be done on stream. Okay, let's check volume levels. It looks like I need to pull this up a little bit. Indeed. Crap. Just a second. I don't have my thing. Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is. I can pull it up and just pull it over. Okay, let's listen to what you guys can hear. What you guys can hear. I think that's fine. Let's pull this down a little bit. And then go to my ears. And pull it down a little bit there, too. Cool, cool. So... I think we can get started. But welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to my stream.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Indeed I am. It's nice to have a job, isn't it?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
What?
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Oh, no.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Nothing to do?
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for a little over 2 years now. Well, I think we can listen to the narrator for now. What do you... Feels kind of weird leaving my desk. But...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Well, this guy is installing something, so that's good. Must be someone... There must be someone here somewhere. I suppose it is a bit long, yeah. But at the same time, if you enjoy doing something, you're gonna do it you're just gonna keep doing it, aren't you? How to use help. Window.exe. Ooh. This is our name. Access. Password. Doo -doo 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 -doo. All these doors are locked. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Also, that's really weird. Isn't that weird going from this room straight into something that looks like that without even a door? Weird.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So we're going left, right? That's what the guy said. We're going left. No, please do not give tips for games. That would generally be considered backseating. And that I do have a rule against backseat gaming.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Now, if I ask for it, that's different. But yeah. Weekly targets, administration, marketing Mondays, 45 eyes, private time, 451's private time, group 40x, group 45x. This box is too small. It's a lot of meetings. So my regular meeting is on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Got it. So it must not be Wednesday at 2 p.m. Pre-review of the weekly review. Office party every week. Friday at 4. Wow. Don't tell 432 about this meeting. Yeah, but group like the 430X group is in the what to do. Is going to be here before that meeting, guys. Get it together. New coffee machine. Ooh. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Maybe someone's in the broom closet. That's Now, I will say I do know a little bit about the game. It's not exactly my first time seeing this, but it's my first time playing. So, stripes. Target demographic, teenagers. Yeah. By quarterly post-review. Looks like it. New coffee machine. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda item. Reflect. Quarterly pie charts. A bit too blurry to be easily legible. Well, I don't see anyone in the broom closet, so, I don't, I don't know. Let's take a closer look.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Really? There's some interesting stuff here. Like, those are some pretty big rolls of duct tape.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
It's kind of
No
weird.
reason to still be here.
It's kind of weird that you have like a garden sprayer right there, don't you think? I mean, like a pipe wrench and these other...
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
It's like that there is some clock clippers. I don't know quite why you'd need those, but...
Are you really still in the broom closet?
But...
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
So we have rope, we have more duct tape, but that just stands out. Why is that there?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
No significance.
I never would have thought to mention it.
Why would you just have unfinished
Maybe to you this is
drywall?
somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending?
The broom closet
ending was my favourite."
The broom closet
I hope
ending
your
was
friend's
my
find this
favorite.
concerning.
It was my favorite. So there's like an electrical junction box.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Well, you don't need to be
He probably
rude.
only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Like I said,
That or with drug money.
you don't need
Also,
to...
Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I can go out. You don't need to be rude about it.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Bleh.
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species.
I don't know, there's a
Please
pretty good
remove
broom
their
right here.
corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
It is a nice broom, but, you know, you'd think that they'd have like a commercial broom, you know, one of the really wide ones that is on a swivel head and stuff like that. I mean, I know that this is kind of a weird carpet.
Ah, you too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls
Monkey.
to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay, fine. Yay!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Well, we're listening to the guy. It's very bright outside. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme bathrooms. Time. What kind of soap do you use, Mr. Executive? What does that look like? What does that look like? I can't read. I can't see what I'm looking at, what I'm trying to look for very well. But hey, it is fancy enough to not use paper towels. Although, I can't tell, but that doesn't look like 2-ply. So even the it might be. It might not be bog standard office bog roll. The beige pages. Well.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
It is some
What
nice
he could not
paneling.
have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
This piano sounds a lot like a keyboard. $2845?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, trying to input anything, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I have a reasonable enough memory. Why would that be? Why would that just be turned on? That's so expensive. Well, I suppose we're going down, down, down. Loading, 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 loading. So this is, in a way...
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Well, this is exciting. Oh, no!
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I did try the last code, and it doesn't work. Okay, that was good. That was... These bottles of wine also sound very much like keyboards. It's weird.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
How does he? How does he?
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
It is a colloquialism of see you around.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Oh, it's so good. And this is why this game is so good.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Yes.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
2845 still doesn't work.
Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before.
Never.
I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is.
Revelatory.
A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
This isn't stale and repetitive, right? Did you get a comment? Is this that was the last one? Okay, that was the last one. You know, you have to find all. You have to poke around to. Oh no no.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious.
So fleeting.
So fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go.
Beautiful.
Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started.
It's about the
Where's
journey.
the tension?
Yeah.
Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story?
Exactly.
The characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises?
Boom.
To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition.
Exactly.
You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
Good.
Which is why,
I should be a
though
role
I didn't know
model.
when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference
A
for
press
you,
conference?
so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
Nice.
Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would
I'll be
especially mean a
fine.
lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley.
Good.
I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Yeah. Well, I guess I need to get my speech
Okay,
prepared.
the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Oh. The storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new books. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. The guy who went to Mars. All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. It's beautiful. Do we have my my speech ready quite yet, guys? You know, I always wondered what these were for quite a long time, and I was like, oh, that's to hold the carpet down, like down into the corner, so it looks nice and tight. I know, silly. It should be obvious, but an evening of world peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
The Stanley Parable, Stanley, tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable, live on stage. Ooh. Q&A with the world's first sentient machine. Apparently I can stand on this. They didn't put any, or I'm just crouching on it. Ooh, nope. I shouldn't be able to get this low. Whee. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. Welcome, Stanley.
Right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling, and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
That's a pretty good...
Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
It's a pretty good writer. Almonds, a chair, gum, a table, a nut bar. It's a pretty good writer. Ooh, I got a mini putt. But where's my almonds? I have a table, I have a chair, but no almond, no nut bar, no gum. No almond, no nut bar, no gum. But why? My true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get 'em, tiger. Break leg champ, your boss. Break leg champ, your boss. I love the way you ride elevators. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Good look on stage. Rock on. I don't see the rest of my I don't see the rest of my rider though. I like work. I just hate my boss. Up again, down again, the Stanley story. But my writer. I don't think I can go on stage without my almonds and gum and nut bar. I don't think I can. I have my table and chair, but fine. You better have it for me by the time I'm done. Ooh. Featured keynote speaker, the Lord, plus meet and greet. Live. Oh, there's an empty poster. No, that's my number. I'm number 427. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Yeah, no, 427 is my employee number. Oh. See user big N desktop backstage number. See user big N desktop backstage number. Cute. Time for our speech, guys. My speech. I think we might have gotten stressed out and passed out. So many people. No, I don't think I need to go anywhere. I'm just gonna stay in my office.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited.
I'm just gonna keep doing my job.
Passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Eventually.
Soon,
Someday.
very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
That was peaceful. That was calming.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, what is this? We'll get some help. Oh. I didn't check the computers over here. Check the computers.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, doing what I was asked to do didn't get me anything, so we're
This
going
was
over
not
here.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
But of course. Why wouldn't I go to the employee lounge?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
They are good paintings, though.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Nah, that's absurd.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I climbed up on the table. Yeah, yeah. It is interesting that this employee lounge does not have any, like, eating height tables. But it does have a box with papers in it.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I do a good job. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off of cargo lift, $5,000. Yeah, it probably has sticky patches and no teaspoons. Oh.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
It's not exactly a horror game. Danger. Danger everywhere. It's more of a parody game. Why is the fragile box upside down? Sorry, fragile. Why is the fragile box upside down? Warning, do not stand on this side of fence. But I can't stand on the other side of the fence. Wait. Buckets, no buckets past this point. Is there a bucket I can pick up? Bucket. Hello, is there a bucket anywhere? That's a computer monitor. Is that a bucket? That's kind of a bucket. Oh, that would be that would be my bucket. Can I take that bucket of paint? No? Okay. Okay, fine. I won't try to break the rules.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red? Yeah, red.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm pretty sure that's blue. So we're going through the red door like you asked.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Yay.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see.
Exactly.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
That wouldn't be
Work
fun.
with
That would
me.
be
You've
fine.
given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Office Space C alternate iteration 14. Alpha 512 by 384. 64 by 64.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say
like
that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I think more choices is a bit better. So like
Okay, so we're getting
four.
somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you.
It's a little bit better.
If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
New version.
And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Worldwide leaderboard. Skid, Nico Nacho. I've been playing for more than 7 minutes. Why not ask some friends for help? My friends list is empty. I'm going to choose this door. So that door 2, I think.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Not particularly.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
That's
Thank
what
you
happens.
for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
There we
Let's
go.
see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
I was not going to play that for 4 hours. But
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
I actually know what this
Well,
game
it seems
is.
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Chlortox. Lookout Cookbook. Suds. National Forests of Wyoming. Supplies for 2 forks. Dr. President. What, were you worried I was going to do that for 4 hours? I was just waiting to see y'all's response. They did a good job recreating this game. This game is not on my list of things to do because it is very much a first playthrough experience.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
And I'm not blind to the game.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Can I play
Preferably
Firewatch
something
later?
with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Oh, Breath of the Wild? No, I will not be playing Breath of the Wild later.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Breath of the Wild is Saturdays only.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild is a Saturday only game because...
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together?
Yeah.
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I am running on other platforms. Or I am streaming on other platforms. Yes. Bonk. Bonk.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that
Yes.
I worked so hard on?
Yes, it's much better
Stanley,
than
I
your
have a
miserable little
thought.
story.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Yay!
Yes, Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Yes.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
But yeah, Breath of the Wild is a Saturday-only game. Reason being that it is a story-based game, and for people who are, for people who can only catch one stream a week, if they want to watch a game in its a game in its completion, they can either watch my Friday evening or Saturday streams. Otherwise, the rest of my streams are variety, but they will be things that are not my Saturday evening or my Friday evening or Saturday afternoon streams. And yes, I am streaming on multiple platforms. I am exalted on Twitch and Trovo. I'm actually monetized on Trovo somehow, like, because but yeah, it's exciting. Yes, but I do stream on Friday. It's just not Breath of the Wild. So I stream. Friday night is Persona 5 Strikers. Friday, like this last week, Thursday and Friday afternoon were, like Thursday all day and Friday afternoon were Minecraft Vault Hunters. This week, Monday is Stanley Parable. So,
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
You can wait. But yeah, the goal... The problem with that is that then people who, if someone wants to watch all of my Breath of the Wild streams, they either have to watch VODs, or they have to watch at times that they can't watch my streams. So I have it set up so I stream. Well, if you want to try that, feel free. That's something I'm working on, to upload shorts.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, I should pay attention to... But yeah, I have a method to my madness.
When Stanley
I
came
am
to a
streaming
set
on
of
Twitch
two
right
open
now.
Doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, I stream to all my platforms at the same time, which is why I'm not monetized on Twitch, because if you stream to multiple platforms, you cannot be monetized to
Yet
Twitch.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wait. Yeah. Oh, that was what I saw that was shiny. It was right there. Ah, I see. But yep, I am streaming on Twitch. That doesn't seem like a very good business strategy to me. I'm not sure I agree with that. Shapes. Well, found an elevator in my boss's office, so there we go. Now I'm in the middle of the music. Yeah, da 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 da. Ba da. Ba ba da ba 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 da 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 la. Chat. Nice and calming.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
I think that was a piano bar, yes. Ah.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Thanks. It's not mine. But yeah, that was a... I don't know. Whee!
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Touch a tiger by his toe. If he hollers, make him pay $50 every day. My mother told me to pick the very best one, and you are not it. Why would you use drywall as a flooring material? That's just weird. That's just weird. Why would you use drywall as a flooring material? Also, those screw holes do not line up with the things that it's supposed to be screwing into. There's a reason why this flooring material is not actually secured down. Because they just screwed into it randomly. They did not. So, like, that one right there is right. And that one right there is right. But, like, that's lining up with absolutely nothing. So, if nothing else, this is just going to be a really just bad floor. Like, I guess they're using drywall back here, too. That's just weird. Why? So the reason that you don't use drywall as a flooring material is because it's so brittle. You may not think of drywall, sheetrock, as brittle, but the thing is that if it's not protected by paint, if it's not protected, like these bare edges right there, those are gonna be absolutely ripped up by anyone walking here without paying attention. Okay, fine. I think we can go to the mind control room.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
No, they did not.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley
Exalted.
thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I'm the same everywhere. Employee observation protocol. 4C. In the case of a Class 2 event, open system gates and move to a designated security platform. Gas masks will be made available. Prep for system wipe. 4D. In case of a Class 1 event, a system wipe is pointless. 2C. If, despite adherence to Protocol 2A and Protocol 2B, an employee leaves the office during work hours and a system loop has failed, you must terminate. Please note that Employee 432 is a test case. While the need for Protocol 2A may seem unlikely, the procedure 2A to 2C need not apply in the event of 432 attempting to leave the office. Contact supervisor and then contact 432 prize pool. If a monitoring screen fails to initialize contact maintenance and temporary switch control over desk screen, in the case of a Class 4 event, close system gates and consult with supervisor. In the case of a Class 3 event, close system gates and consult with supervisor. Prime your controls for your consoles for info dump. If an employee begins exhibiting unscheduled emotions, immediately contact supervisor. Please note that Employee 432 is a test case. Procedure 1A need not apply. Wow, there's a lot of information. Oh. Got lost twice in the past week. Reintroduce weird. No. Okay, I messed up. Goodbye.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
EXLTED. Same name.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending.
Yeah, now I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier.
Chase
Your dreams.
Railings
Feelings don't mean anything.
Good job,
You did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We did it! This looks different. 426, 425. 424, 423. Look at that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
Yes, this room.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at
Thank you
following
for the
directions,
follow.
It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Goodbye.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job,
Yay!
Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I'm very powerful. Woo!
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Never ever.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on
Yay.
the wrong foot here.
Loading
I'm not
dock
your enemy,
A,
really,
B,
I'm not.
C, D,
I realize that
E.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all
Oh, I
this
messed up.
time. But in his eagerness to prove
I
that
messed.
he is in control of the story
I pressed
and no one
forward
gets to tell him
a
what
bit
to
more
do,
than I intended
Stanley
to.
leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
I didn't actually mean
Good
to leave.
job, Stanley.
I didn't actually
Everyone
mean
thinks
to
you are very
jump off that
powerful.
time. I know.
How
Run.
long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to
Oh,
himself.
darn it.
Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Yeah, I kind of stopped paying attention to that too. Oh well. And
When
over
Stanley
here.
came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the
Over
correct
this
way to the
way.
meeting room, and
Over
Stanley
that
knew it
way.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
449,
the
448.
employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first but eager to get
Understood
back to
happiness.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Are you sure?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration
No.
for others?
I only give moderated people who I have known for quite a while and trust implicitly.
I want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Well, I'm
want
sorry.
it to
I'm not
would-
sorry about that.
we
I'm
would
sorry to
both be so
to say
much
it in such a
happier
way,
if we
but
just stopped. And I think I have a solution.
it's
Here,
true. There's a
let
lot of
me
trust
show
that
you.
goes into choosing to have someone be a moderator.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
This game has enough music in it that I don't think it makes sense to play quiet music. I'd have to
It's beautiful,
I'd have to
isn't it?
bring it up and
If we
drop it
just
back
stay
down.
Right here, right in this
Like, it
moment
just-
with this place.
I don't-
Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I think quiet music with this game would be hard. And you can support my streams. It's just moderation is a big job. Moderation is a lot. And there's a lot to trust people with.
No, wait. Where are you going?
And so
Oh,
because
no.
of that,
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
and so that being said, there's a lot of trust in there as well.
Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sorry about that. I was just stretching a bit. It is very pretty. But we must get the ending. We must get the
Stanley,
ending.
Go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
This is a really rough ending right here, honestly. Yes, I know how this
No.
ending has to go.
Oh no, what are you doing, Stan? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
But this is a really rough ending because of how you have to end, because of how it, the only way it can end.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
You have to jump off 3 times to actually end it, which takes a long time.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Right, but we can't go on. We can't move on if we don't leave this place. Look at those. Ah, beautiful. Okay.
No, perhaps not.
Do 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 do. Ba-da-ba. Gotta walk.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Good
Am
luck.
I reading the situation correctly?
Goodbye, narrator. We both need this. You know it.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know
Oh,
anymore.
you have to do it for
I
more
just
than 3.
wanted us to get
I thought
along.
you only had to do it 3
But
times.
I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
You choose whatever name you want. I already have my account for shorts on TikTok, and I need to.
All of his co-workers were
It's-
gone. What
It's
did
just
it
gonna
mean?
take some time for
Stanley
me to
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
actually
he had
have
simply
some
missed a memo.
ability to edit. Indeed, it is pretty. Although you're gonna be pretty dang far behind. Up to you, like I said.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You don't even have to have it
Stanley
directly
was so
reference
bad
me.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really. I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
To redeem
to put
myself.
your work aside. To let her back into your life.
To let her back
She's been
into my
waiting.
life.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone?
We're in the UK, in case you're wondering.
That wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see...
Did you see?
No,
what did
that's
you
not
see?
Possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
Yeah!
Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
I make
Well,
good
wouldn't have that
decisions
kind
in
of
real
risk on my
life.
watch.
Like
I'm
quitting
gonna
my
stop it
job
for a
to
moment
stream
so we
full
can
time
educate
when
you
I have
properly on safe
an average of
decision-making in the
3
real world.
viewers.
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, it can also be most dangerous. In this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people, or he could spend years of his own life learning how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that, unlike here, the real world makes sense. No time should you make a choice does not conform to rational logic. Find yourself speaking with a person that does not make sense, there's likelihood that person is not real. Then present an excuse for why you cannot continue talking. Then turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, it's 4:30. I am supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." My goodness, is it 4:30 already? I'm supposed to have a back, sack, and crack. Is a best path to a healthy decision-making process. Medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make less? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful, and significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are material insignificant, and theirs should subside. At this time, your instructors will give you an exercise and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Yeah. If that is what you want to do, feel free to do so. And thank you.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense.
The game is quite clever. Yes.
Before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Dude, look at that. It's a manila folder. Ooh. 5th Annual Subcommittee Meeting of the Internal Revenue Analysis for the Committees of Royal Revenue Discussions Club. The committee hereby proposes the following: that all internal revenues be reviewed exclusively by the internal members of royally appointed subcommittees, that human beings accepted the members of the 5th Annual Subcommittee Meeting of Internal Review Analysis for Committees of the Royal Revenue Discussion Club smell. Dude, I'm so wasted right now. Hereby, the following members approve this statement. Wow. It's a good thing I'm not actually wasted.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Well, it is a club, so they might just be wasted at their club.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Always
I'm quite sure
put
you'll be up
the
to task.
story
Just follow my lead and you'll
first.
be fine.
Got it. Okay.
All right. When
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. I don't know how to tell direction.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't
It's
believe
okay.
after everything we talked about that you.
It's okay.
My story. You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage?
It's okay, guys.
It's worthless
It's
now.
okay.
And
See,
what am I
it's
supposed to
okay.
do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that
Projector.
way.
Neil and
Is
Co.
it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't
Grr
know.
everywhere.
What's the answer? What do I
Grr
do?
is everywhere. Oh no, not grr.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
Wait, what? No, we're not. I'm not done playing yet. I'm not done playing. No. Hello? Is anyone there?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Hi.
You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are.
Yeah,
My entire game is
I
destroyed.
am clever.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You
Of
just had to
course.
see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Oh, of course there
That
is.
thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Well, you're a child.
My story.
Only children
If
are
you'd just gone through the door on the left,
storytellers.
you would have seen it. There
If
was a
you
hole
were an
underground
adult,
facility.
you'd have a
You would have
real
destroyed it
job.
and been
Nah,
victorious.
nah, nah,
It would have been so
nah.
perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So left is the one that makes an L when you look at it, right? So I think it's this side. I'm pretty sure it's this side.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly,
Darn it.
hurry back.
Keep getting it
Behave
wrong.
exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Okay,
doors,
I'm
he
gonna
entered the door
figure it
on
out
his
again
left.
this time. It's left. So eeny, meeny, miny, mo, touch a tiger by his toe. If he hollers, make him pay. My mother told me to pick the very best one, and you are not it. So is it this one? Is it this one? That's what Eeny Meeny told me, but I did it. I went to the
Yet there
right
was not
one.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Can't go downstairs, guys. Why can't I go downstairs? There's no executive bathroom. Okay. Well, this is different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I am
Shocked,
the most
unraveled,
expensive boss.
Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115.
Night
Was
Shark
this the code to open the door?
115.
Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Excuse me? Hello?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Night
He
Shark
spoke it into
1
the receiver
1
right there on the wall.
5. Do 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 do.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hi, Stanley.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Indeed it is.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right.
Poor
I'll wait
guy.
for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
Poor guy.
Take as much time as you need.
Well, this is different.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, why is it 427, 428, 426? And counting down. What? No. 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 Bad. No. Down bad, game. Down bad. You don't know how to count.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
What?
Look, Stanley,
It counted
I think perhaps we've
427,
gotten off on the
428,
wrong foot
427,
here.
429.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
It just,
I
it was
realize
bad.
that
It
investing
was
your
bad.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your
And also,
work
hi, Yoshi.
aside, to let her back into your life.
Let her
She's
back
been
in.
Waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do
We
this,
must answer the
to
phone.
reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Hello? Hello? Welcome back.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
About it.
Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
You didn't have to be so mean about it.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Just a second. Just a second. I have to do a thing.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. Fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Yeah.
As he wandered through this fantasy
I guess I didn't need dinner
he began
anyway.
to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind control.
Yeah.
And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path.
Must be.
Mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no
Oh.
answer.
Oh.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has.
Oh.
Nothing has changed.
Okay.
The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer.
I can
That
never
as
be
long as he
anything but an
remains
observer?
here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
We don't need to question anything. Everything's fine.
I want him to, but I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
There's a lot of really kind of hard endings in this game.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
I mean, I know it, but there's a lot of kind of hard. I understand. It just is.
Oh, new content? What
No.
does that mean, new content?
How about we do a
When
little bit
Stanley came to
more?
a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's a
This
few
was
more
not the
endings
correct
in
way
the
to
original that
meeting
I
room,
wanted you to
and
just get
Stanley
through.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
Because we
just
can.
to admire it.
Although we have already seen 2 new endings.
And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
This takes us to a fun one.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
But of course.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay, we go left.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Okay, fine, we're going right.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's
what
clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute?
A narrator who doesn't know his own story.
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay, if you say so.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just
104 is fired.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish
601
now.
is
The
fired.
whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
Okay, fine. I
from
won't
the
wander
top.
off track.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
When
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Wait.
No,
There's more doors?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted.
There's more
over
doors?
Completely fresh. Everything should be. Well, did something change?
Why are there more doors?
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
I don't think
Did
so.
You move the story somewhere, or? Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
Somewhere.
Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Favorite door, right there. Ba-dum. Wait. Inner guilt. Everyone knows what you did, and they're just holding back to let you torture yourself. Well, we take all of the rights, because this is a maze. So we follow the right hand wall.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ba-dum. And then we just keep going on. We just keep going on. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong.
We went from lots
It's
of doors
possible the
to
story is
no
back
doors?
Where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
We're gonna go backwards. We're gonna go backwards, guys. We're going backwards. Somebody spilled their coffee.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Retrace our steps. This is right?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
Bucket
Is
of
this
paint?
the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall
That I can't carry with me?
My story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no.
No,
Don't
you're
feel
right. That didn't
about
feel
this at
right.
all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
No, I guess not.
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever.
You don't
want to.
You don't want to stay in this murder
what
cabin?
might happen this time? I have to restart.
Okay. Goodbye, murder cabin.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Yay!
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Follow the line, follow the line. Here we go.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Yeah, I suppose so. Okay, to the line. Oh, 425 was playing solitaire. Do. Follow the line.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
Oh, darn
Or
it.
to put it another way,
messed up.
is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is
I
inevitably
can't follow the
conjured
line up
into
the wall
being
very well.
by the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yes, music. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay, so this is generic fern number 2. Got it.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story is... Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us?
Wait,
after we trusted you, after everything we've been through...
234 is a little
I can't
glitchy.
take this anymore, to hell with it. Restart.
Uh-oh.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it
Oh,
ever done for us?
okay.
We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
Not much.
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Just Stanley Parable stuff.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Exalted _CH.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
Okay, fine.
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Whee! Well, you had fun. Do 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 do.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
No, that's
How important
no, I
we
cannot.
mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a
Same
reverse
as my
door
Twitch
that leads here.
and
And
YouTube,
that, in turn,
but
means that our
_
destination
CH.
corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
You have something? I want to go, but I want to go through this door. Fine.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one
I
giant
don't-
ending? And we're supposed to restart the
I'm
game
not-
eight times?
Unless there's a
Really
reason that
how
I
all
need
this
to
It's all
glitch jumps. I would
determined?
rather not use any
So
glitches.
now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
No, I've never
Well, what if I
uploaded
don't want to
anything.
forget?
I haven't gotten it.
My
I
mind
haven't.
goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
I don't know if I have
No,
any
it can't be.
followers.
I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped. Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
I might do it at some point.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey.
I'm still kind
They're
of...
always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
I think that was an emergency reset or something. But, you know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Yay!
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary.
It's pretty good,
into the
you
nature
know.
of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think?
What do I
Isn't
think?
this a fun and unique place to
Well,
be?
it's very white.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
It's a bit rough.
Okay, I'm over
Yeah,
it now.
it's...
What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely,
Yeah.
but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now.
But...
You could have done it just then.
But...
Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
But what if I
Any
don't...
of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate.
But what if I don't want
I'm
to?
enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game.
But-
So,
but-
just
but-
to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
You think that makes things miserable right there?
There once was a man
Named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old, and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he's in this parable and lives in an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable. Okay. So, but you thought that was you thought that was bad? I mean, sure, I fixed your I fixed your singing, but this is quite enjoyable. I've only taken it one time. This is the first time I've taken it. But I did say yes to his question of, do I find this unbearable? So maybe that's why? Let's give it another 30 seconds, I suppose. 20. Because it sounds like it's just looping. Oh, nope, never mind. See? That's why I give it time. now. Let's give it another 30 seconds or so. I hope my singing made it less unbearable, though. Da, 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 da. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Let's see it with
Stanley
the no.
assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Yay!
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique
I did
place
notice
to
that.
be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
I did notice that the broom closet was not locked down after doing it once, so I was probably going to do that, do it again.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different?
Yes,
would I
actually.
have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Apparently, yes.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time.
Sometime.
What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and
I'm streaming, so, you know.
You just played the other option. To see what happens
I did.
In this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Well, thank you for doing that. I already had one, and I will upload my shorts to it when I actually get some edited. But if you want to, okay. Well, I think that's that. If I remember right, that is the entirety of that ending. Even if you wait longer, I will have to see what that one is. I'll have to see that ending. But.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do 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 do. And thank you for trying. I will, like, if I'm gonna be doing stuff, I will take care of it. So if you are,
the door on his left.
if there's something that you want to do, feel free to do it. I won't stop you. But
yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
if you say so.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
Exactly.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
I'm dreaming!
He yelled.
This is all a dream!
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer.
If you read my YouTube
coworkers
description,
weren't
you will
actually
see
gone.
that I do
He
not
wasn't
add
going to lose his
friends
job.
on
He
anything.
wasn't crazy after all.
I
Thought to
that I will
himself,
not add
"Suppose
I will
I'll
not
wake
add
up
friends.
soon. I'll have to
It's
go
like,
back to
there's-
my boring
if-
real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while
Because
I'm still
it just-
lucid."
it's
So,
not
he imagined
sustainable.
himself flying
I
and
know,
began to gently
like
float
I
above
know
the ground.
what happens when you
Then
get
he imagined himself soaring through
larger
space on a
streams,
magical
and I just
starfield.
know that it's not
And it
a
too
sustainable
appeared. It was so
process.
much
Like, it's
fun,
not sustainable
and
to add
Stanley
friends.
marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself
And I
sooner.
get that. I'm
Why
not
is there
asking
a
for
voice
help.
in my head
If you want to
dictating
help, you're
everything
doing it
that
on
I'm
your
doing
like
and
you are
thinking?
doing it.
Now
You
the
are doing
voice
it
was
because you want
describing
to.
itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
And that's not
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts.
I have a hard line stance
thought
of
it all
not
very
accepting
odd.
friend
I
requests
wondered if this
unless
voice spoke
there's
to
a
all people
unless
in
there's a
their
reason
dreams.
to.
The truth was that, of course,
And right now there
this
is
was
not a
not a
reason
dream.
to.
How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Wake up.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back,
Yes.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming.
Yeah, that sounds about
Please,
right.
Someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Hello, Mariella. I have a woman named
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
I woke
She
up
arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and
and went
walked
along
to
my
her
way
place
to a
of work.
place of work.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy
Everyone
people
knows
look
what
like.
crazy people
And
look
in
like.
that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for
Uh-oh.
that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this.
So it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body.
Ah, I see.
And then she turned and ran.
Yay!
All
Okay.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
So we went
Coming to
down.
a staircase,
We all got
Stanley walked
all the endings
upstairs
down.
to his boss's office.
Ah.
Okay, I think we all...
There we go. Yay! To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Do 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 do. Spring break. Isn't it nice that all these doors open right back up for you as soon as the boss door closes on you? It's very nice. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. It's only 6 floors up. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop. Ah, that's too bad. I am not among the people insane enough to complete the baby game. Do 58. $59. Escape pod launch bay. Will initiate a relay. Disabled or paused. In order. Goodbye, cruel world. Well, that was exciting. Exactly.
message scheduled either by you or person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay, that was exciting. Recorded media. That means you guys should not watch the VOD of this stream because it's dangerous. But you can watch this live because it's not recorded yet.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I want to go that way. Guess I'm going this way, though. To the new content land.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may
Hey.
know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Wow.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Beautiful.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable,
Wow.
delighting audiences the world over.
More content, more game.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Yay!
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Ooh, there's a green paper. Certificate of live birth. There's a birth certificate here.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go.
Okay.
Right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
That's not unreasonable, I don't think. It's a nice scrolling brick wall texture.
Impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
Oh, it was behind me. The content was behind me.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator.
Beautiful.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
But of course,
If this
jumping
new
is super
content,
important.
Then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
That would be
Hell,
good.
I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
Yeah.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. Oh, wait. There's more.
It's behind me again.
Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
The clock is wrong. It's not 11:25. Well, 11:24. Thought I'd tell you that. It's actually 12:50.
That's it?
Yay!
You've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect
No
for their
respect.
fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance
did
department
it.
signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game
on.
and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks, just you and me having a great time together like
I can
always.
glitch slightly farther
You
into the
say,
wall, but I
friend.
can't get onto the chair. I can't get onto the chair, guys. My favorite jump.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to... Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dog. Oh, never mind. You're not a dog.
Do 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 do. Sunset. This is a nice metal texture.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Yeah.
So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
There's a nice bread basket with no bread there.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games
Graphs.
had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the
Cargo.
waste.
Shapes and graphs. I actually have the Indie Box Collector's Edition. I don't remember where it is, but I actually have the Indie Box Collector's Edition. I was working with Indie Box when they were doing it that month, and so I helped box up. So the way it worked is if you volunteered for 10 hours helping them do boxing, you got a free box that month. So I did it. Yeah. That makes me that makes me smile. Memories. Good memories. BAFTA. They got a BAFTA. They got a BAFTA. 2013. I remember. Buy on Steam. That's a nice old Mozilla Firefox version. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. I don't... Yeah, I don't know that meme. Yep, there's a Stanley Parable demonstration. Don't play for 5 years. Wow. It's amazing that they're getting that they've got nominated for 3 BAFTAs. For story, for debut game, for game innovation. That's pretty exciting. In the New York Times? Wow. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. Oh no! Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, c'est sur la vie des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour. C'est là, dans la mémorisation, où je me
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism.
10 out of 10.
From Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley?
Every game ever created.
That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless
So
husk
sad.
with an hour of new elevator content.
An hour? Tasteful, nostalgic. It was good. It was good. Fire, danger. Okay, fine. Top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable 2013. Person of the year. Picture of someone playing the Stanley Parable. Rendered into the Stanley Parable world, at least kind of. That IndieBox did more releases? I didn't think I thought IndieBox only did that release. Oh no, it was there was that inside of it. Right, I forgot. I have that tie. I have that tie. It's in my closet.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The
Source
Stanley Parable
SDK.
is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of
Carpet
the most
textures.
enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a
Missing
game.
coworker scenario.
9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you want me to go back? Oh. I see what you mean.
to a simpler time, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam.
Steam.
The online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Steam
Surely
reviews.
these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Not today.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is the game we're playing today. We'll play another game tomorrow, or maybe we'll be streaming coding tomorrow. Hopefully I'm ready to stream my coding tomorrow. Well, then you can go on and do something else. I'm not doing anything, not forcing you to stay here. I'm having fun.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games,
See
this
you around.
preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
Thank you.
Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Well, I mean, they're not completely wrong. There's a point, like, the Stanley Parable has a level of content, and there's not a whole ton beyond that.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the
Well, that
people
clock's
want
actually
silence,
pretty
then
close
by
to correct.
goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
Never a moment before lunchtime.
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say,
the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time, everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah,
Okay, fine.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to
5
believe
minutes.
it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Goodbye. Goodbye forever.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about...
And he's gone.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said,
Entertain us. We must keep skipping. We must keep skipping.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Beautiful. Nice. That's what I was hoping for. Get some real destruction going on in here. Outside. Beautiful. Nature's healing, guys. Nature is healing. And then everything died. Well, that was fun. While it lasted. Time for the horror game. Are you guys scared yet? Oh, nice. We can go on a journey. Maybe make a game about it called something like Journey. I wonder if if my hair would count as a cape after growing as long as it probably has. You think that sound? You think so? Welcome back. We've made it. To darkness. Endless darkness. Oh, cool.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
You missed a couple. Not too many, though, I don't think. New content. Uh-oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Do.
Here's the door, just go.
Indeed, it is cool.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nah.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Sounds like escape to me.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nope, we're going this way.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort
Indeed,
to
I
walk
am.
forward and willingly confront his death.
Yep. Whee!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Exactly.
Farewell, Stanley.
What else am I supposed to do?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Yeah.
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
What did he think?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Already dead. Do you like museums? Thank you for the follow. Well, thank you. Thank you, Sir Ninja. My other instinct is to call you Apple, but I'm not sure that works very well. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up in a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Do. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. I appreciate the previous Stanley game is a work of art and standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art, which is why the way I'm able to see sequel, prequel, standalone companion game. The Office. It's a sad lounge. Oh no, we ran out of time. One doorway to maintenance in the lounge. One doorway to maintenance in the lounge and the original back on track option. Two doorways to maintenance. A vent to maintenance in the lounge. The flow of hallways following the few doors was important to get just right, since players would replay them so many times. Yeah. Such fun, isn't it? Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. This screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Huh. There's a button. There's a button. They made trailers for the game. So I don't think you answered. Do you like museums? I like museums. Monitor room elevator. Countdown room. There's a part of me that just enjoys the... Yeah. Yeah, there's a part of me that really just is comfortable in museums. It feels kind of weird to say that, because, you know, I'm also the kind of person to rush through museums. Office clock. For quite a few reasons. In early versions, the underground portion, version of the underground portion of the game. Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded...
Stanley stood on the snow.
Dialogue for the entire game, roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years
Then
of
he
development.
pushed the number 4.
Uh-oh. He pushed the number 4. We gotta leave. The freedom ending.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Goodbye, cruel world. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Yes,
he
rest in
couldn't
peace
find a
indeed.
trace of his co-workers.
Oh, gotta turn.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Time for new content. Yeah. Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yay!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Taste the sequel. What are our drinks? I see sip. I see data drink. I see owl's fizz.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Exactly.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I like how their number 2 chart is at 1202. Very exciting, guys. New features.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
That
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course,
Well, that's
in the
not my
final
name.
game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Oh,
Just
well,
play
my
along.
name
I
is
promise you'll
Jim.
love it.
My-
Okay, here we go.
And I
Let's take a
really
deep
like the
breath,
Stanley
clear
Parable,
your
so I
mind,
wonder what could
forget
be in
who
the
you
Stanley
are,
Parable
and simply
2.
become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping
I
and
played the
waking as
Stanley
Jim,
Parable
falling in
every
love
day
and being
for 2
heartbroken as
years.
Jim, seizing all
Oh, even
the
though what
world's
that did was
possibilities
make
as
it
Jim,
pretty
and
much
as Jim,
impossible
watching
for
your
me.
dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
It made it impossible for me to get the most important achievement from the Stanley Parable, but it was such a good game that I just had to play it. So now that the Stanley Parable 2 is coming out, I might as well just play it.
Jim.
Ha! It said my name.
Yes,
It was
you
so
see?
good.
What a thrill!
Such
what
a-
rush! That was
such a
you!
good button.
The button described
button.
you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Yeah.
It hits even
Jim
harder
button.
the second time. If
It's
this
so
were the
good,
only new
I'd
feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Do you like Jim? Just Jimothy.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2.
Jim.
That would
Jim.
actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
You heard Jim in the game. It's great. What's over here?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
You think Jim would need some taking used to? It's a good thing I'm not Jim then. I can just play Jim whenever I want.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to...
So I think this is where the glitch comes, is by doing that.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support
Now I
and
can-
guidance from others.
now I can
So
cheat.
the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Okay, now we can go
I have
back.
something very exciting to show you.
Now he can jump. I just unlocked... I just unlocked jumping forever. Kind of.
You see,
I don't
Stanley,
actually know.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark. and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
There we go. Okay.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I can jump on your desk with the banana computer. Actually, it's a bird computer.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can
stand on chairs.
organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much... Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I ran out of jumps, I think. I might have run out of jumps.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal. And
Perfectly
perhaps
normal.
even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes,
Sadly.
the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even
This
in
is
the face
much
of
better. You are
crushing
right.
despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Bucket.
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bucket! Heck
Does anyone give
yeah!
out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
The other one.
12th birthday step-niece it is.
Yay!
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh, look at that. I'm at 0 jumps.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Fine.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Indeed, I might be, Flat Stanley. Ow. Shall we go to the infinite hole? I suppose.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Never.
This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever.
Forever.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
He wants us to teleport.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person
This is a very strong mug.
Infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we
Look at all
both
those
said
cigarettes.
some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole
Just the two of us.
Infinite?
We
If that works for you,
make it
then
if
go
we
ahead and press the
try.
teleport
Just
button
the
to
two
walk
of
up
us.
to the top of the hole, and we
Just
can
the
move on.
two of
I'll
us.
just be up here when you're ready.
Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. You and I.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about. And I've had... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing. Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Well, this is nice. At least I still have my keyboard that I can type on. The hole's going back down. Yeah, hole, just a hole and a bunch of buttons. Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, sir, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
That was beautiful. I think it's like... Okay, well that's all the...
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Yeah, I'm glad you got back for that too. So we have the reassurance bucket. New collectibles. Can you find them? 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 Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
That's not
I don't
actually
want to stifle the
innovative.
intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That's actually not innovative. He got one. Oh, the door closed after I collected them.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, shall we go to the exit now? I think we've seen everything here.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Why, hello there.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how
I think I do.
exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
not
sort of. Okay, never mind.
No.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Beautiful.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All
Something
right,
like
Go ahead.
this?
Take a look.
Seems like it.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I don't think he has.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single
Might be wrong, though.
order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What could it
Perhaps he
mean?
had simply missed. Stanley picked up the bucket.
What could it mean?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never
Hello,
mind.
title.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
I'm pretty
cargo
good. How
lift,
are
yes.
you?
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the
How are you?
intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Well, that's always fun. I happen to be playing the Stanley Parable. It's a good game, isn't it? Oh, I suppose that's the direction I'm supposed to go. The direction that I completely didn't look at. Aw. Fall too fast.
Okay, this is tape number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. lost track. Nothing feels real
anymore.
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Good luck.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
Hold it.
I can monetize it.
You can hold it.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
Yeah, but you won't have it for that hour.
It's my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Well, that was exciting.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
I think the balloons might actually... Oh, no, they don't. The balloons didn't make it impossible. Okay. They just made it a little bit harder. Bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Comfy
Stanley
comfort.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Buckets
but
can't
Stanley
talk.
chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Good
Stanley
job,
once
Bucket.
again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Because I can.
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Yay!
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Uh-oh.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny now.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
Only way.
An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness,
May
this
Earth
video is a
reign
little outdated,
supreme.
isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video.
Thank goodness
Otherwise,
we have
who
the
knows
instructional
where we'd
video.
be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
Oh my
The bucket
goodness, they
spoke
added...
to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I enjoy the high quality bucket asset that we're walking around with.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display
Just from the
of
bucket
remarkable
alone.
comedic wit, which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room.
Must
What an
have.
egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
Uh-oh.
again.
Yes.
Surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I would be.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set
Fine.
of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings
Oh, boy.
from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're
These
getting
are
away from
absolutely
making fun of Stanley's
illegal
obsession with
jokes.
the bucket,
Yes.
which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost
I think I already have
certainly
50 clicks.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle.
You want to see some
Stanley.
hustle?
I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Run. Actually.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work.
417. There we go.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Now back to door number 437. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Are we earning our achievement, guys?
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
How am I supposed to do that? .419's desk. Oh, there. I see it.
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416. We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Is this a... I don't know my question. Is this a different achievement because I have the bucket, or is it...
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door... Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
So good.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Maybe we are the collectibles. Please, do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait. Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Well, you are just rude, and your walls are completely unpainted. How dare you consider yourself a closet with unpainted walls? It is not acceptable for you to just have drywall
changed and
with
evolved
mud
over the years.
and tape.
Let it
You need to
happen.
have paint. You need to be sanded and painted so that you can be a proper room and not just a dumb closet of
I've got you
meaningless.
something which I think will help settle this debate once
Meh.
and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
Yes.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes
mud
about
is-
the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
You use drywall mud to
All right,
fill in the
I've got a
gaps
second
between
sticker
the
back
sheets
here,
of
and I'm going to
drywall.
slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
And your name does have mud on
See?
it.
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
This bucket
That
is
way,
getting
if you're
better.
ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Mm-hmm. So, like, if you look at drywall normally, like, these stripes
You
are
know what?
probably
I
tape.
could take the name calling and the dismissal
I'm
of
done
your
with the
kinship
funny.
with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Is that it? You didn't say anything when I left. Okay, that's it. We have stickers, yeah!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Heck yeah!
Chris, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Oh. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. I know that's not really how you go, what that's based off of, but time to go to my favorite ending in the entire game. Ba 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 da da. Ba da 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 da. Ba 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 da da. Ba 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 da. Shut da 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 ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da 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 da. Ba da ba 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 da. Ba ba dum. Ba ba. Da da da. Bum 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 ba ba da ba da ba da 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 ba da ba ba da ba 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 da da ba ba. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum ba. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba da da. Bum bum ba da da. Bum bum ba da 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 dun dun da da dun da da da. Sh-t-t-cha. da 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 da. Bum bum ba ba da bum 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 ba ba dum ba ba da. Bum bum ba dum bum bum ba ba dum ba 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 da ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ya da 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 dum bum bum ba dum ba shut da ba ba yeah da da bum ba ba da dum ba da 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 ba da ba dum bum bum ba dum ba bum ba da cha da da do da bum 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 da do da 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 da. We've arrived. There we go. This is the better ending right here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Excuse me. Well, that was fun.
Downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him,
Thank you.
Comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
No, it's not fine. I need to go back up. I need to go back up. I need to go back up.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
We must press the number 3. Thank you.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Oh. They have
Perhaps the
such good
bucket had
writing.
missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yeah, we should.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said
3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3
and began to wail on it like a musician on a
Hello.
beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator.
I don't
He
understand.
knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend.
We
Surely
were
there was
such
a
good
solution,
friends.
mustn't there be?
The bucket's not listening to me.
And this makes no sense. Although it almost makes more sense than like this one does. It's like, look at that. Look at where those nail holes are. It just doesn't make sense. Have we finished it? Have we finished the cycle? All the extra dialogue?
Said Stanley. I know what to do.
No,
I know
we
how
haven't.
to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through
Forever.
the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
There's probably a good 20 hours. No. There's probably 20 hours, 20 to 30
For
hours of
months, he
content in the game.
advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Now, please tell me that they still have, that they actually have my almonds, gum, and nut bars for my writer, or else I am leaving. If they don't have them, I'm leaving. Yes. Yes.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom ending. I went to the mind control facility and all I got was this lousy sticker. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And they didn't fulfill my writer again. How dare they? We got 3 stars. 3 again. 3 again. But they didn't change the name of this box of books. They didn't. They updated these books, but they didn't update these books. Ha. I found an oversight. Found an oversight. So first of
There's
all,
no one
guys,
here.
I am very,
Nobody
very
had time to
frustrated
press
about
conference to
not
hear Stanley speak,
getting
to listen to
my
him talk about
writer.
what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so
Okay.
it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
So sad.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It is.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Well, that being said, I think there's definitely more content in this game, but I think that 4 hours is probably reasonable for one day on it. I'd still need to prep for tomorrow's stream if I actually want it to be a technical stream. So, I think what I do is I consider it the end of the day. Consider today done. I am happy that our stickers stay on the bucket, though. I'm very happy about that. We have sticker bucket forever. Let's go to the broom closet ending. Let's end in the broom closet so that we can have a good broom closet ending. There will be a reward for finding them all. Yeah.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
The hole was really fun. The infinite hole was great. I'm really glad. That was definitely worth it. Broom closet, always good. Always good. But until next time, I've had fun. Yeah, I don't actually know what tomorrow's stream's gonna be. I'm hoping that I will be ready to get started on some coding stuff tomorrow. But I was not quite ready today, so I decided to do this instead. This was fun. But, yeah. Thank you for coming by, and I'll be back tomorrow with something else. Indeed. So, thank you all very much, and have a great rest of your day. Goodbye.